Okay, welcome everybody. Welcome to this Friday stream. Yeah, as you can see from the title, I'm taking a break from organizing samples and we're gonna make some music. I've been organizing samples all week, so I haven't worked on music at all this week. I've just been going through all my sample pack folders and all of that and organizing it all on a new hard drive. So I've mainly been doing that. Welcome to the stream. Dust Glitch, welcome. Medic, Gonche, welcome. For samples, I always do date and then something rendered. I suppose you just put some title there. For sample packs, I just do number, sample pack, and then... Oh yeah, okay. Well, I'm doing it slightly different, but I don't really care too much about the vendors, to be honest. Anyways, let's just switch over to view for now. I've just been going through all my sample packs and just basically all my samples were scattered across like 3 hard drives or something. So I had to go and get a new hard drive and just start organizing everything on there. It's getting somewhere. I haven't done most of it yet. Like I've made a start and slowly starting to take shape a little bit. So still not entirely sure about the whole folder structure thing that I've got going. I think I know that I want to do it this way, but it's still send you a show of my sample directory on Discord later. Oh yeah, sure. Feel free to do that. Like I might get some ideas for it. Like what I'm doing right now, at least. Can you see this? You should be able to see all those folders. So all the folders here with that extra icon that I put in front of it, you can see all of those. So you should be able to see 2 yellow ones here. Yeah, you can see that. So those are sort of like the new folders that where I'm organizing everything in. Also use rmlint for dupes. Yeah, for duplicates. Yeah, I've already removed like, what was it? I think I cleaned my trash bin earlier, and it was like, I think like it was a lot of duplicate samples that I removed, and it was like 300,000 samples or something like that. It's absolutely great, absolutely crazy. Oh, I simply have like a new drive that's literally a 10 terabyte drive, so I should be fine for a while. I can just go through it. I've mostly been going through all the sample packs, and I've basically just been splitting everything up. Like, the one thing I hated so much about my sample packs folder, I had like one main folder and then one secondary folder on a different hard drive because the other hard drive was starting to get slightly full. So I was like, I cannot really put all the other packs on that same drive because then it's gonna have less than like 15% of free space, which is not good for a drive, of course. You want to keep it at least like, well, at least have like 10% of a drive free. But I prefer to be a little bit safe on that end and just, you know, keep it like 20 to 15% free if I really have to put a lot of stuff on a drive. So I was like, I have to put it on a different drive. So eventually, after like a couple of years, I had like 3 different drives with samples and all kinds of other stuff on it. So, but what I really hated is like going into one of those folders and like I'm looking for a kick drum, for instance, and I have all of these folders with like different sample packs. Some of them are techno packs, some of them are house packs, some of them are dubstep packs, other ones are drum and bass packs, other ones are just packs with one-shot samples, you know, and you have to go through every single one of them. Open up all the folders. Well, does this pack have one-shot hits? Oh no, this one only has loops. Go to the next one. And it's so annoying. So I was like, I'm just gonna do it different. So these bottom ones, those are just temporary folders, especially this bottom one. That's just where I chuck everything in that I'm currently organizing. As you can see, it's empty because I kind of finished doing a whole bunch of folders earlier. Excel spreadsheets. Oh, yeah. That's something you could do. I literally just made the folder with everything that I want to organize or that I'm currently organizing, and put it, just drop it into that folder. And then I just know that it's in this folder, in this. See, I have a couple of different folders here. So these are my 3 sample folders. This is going to be for my own made folders. So the samples that I make myself. These are all the sample pack stuff. And these are literally all like other samples. So things that I might have gotten from other artists' Patreon accounts, or stuff that I sampled. All my sampled breaks are also in this other folder, so that when I'm browsing for breaks on stream, I don't have to browse through sampled breaks, because I've been having a couple of copyright strikes lately when I was browsing through sampled breaks, and one of the breaks got triggered a copyright claim on the stream. So I was like, I gotta split those sampled breaks up from the breaks that I can safely play on stream, or the ones that I can safely use, right? So yeah, I had to make 3 different folders because I kind of want to have those 3 things separate. So, I mean, at some point you kind of have to get OCD, right? Like, I was doing an audio job earlier, and that's when I really started noticing it. I had to make like an audio demo, and I was like looking for some drums, and it's like, damn, I know I have good drums, but I'm just clicking through shitty samples, and it's just like it's not really inspiring, right? So right now I'm just let's just go to the packs folder for now, because that's the one I've mostly been working on. Let's say we have drums. I'm looking for a kick drum. I can now go into here, say hits, say kicks, and then here I have all the different kick drum folders from the different sample packs that I own, or not all of them, but the ones that I organized for now. So it's just, bam, kick drums here, more kick drums here. It's just all folders with kicks. No snares, no hats, no other samples to sort through. It's just kick drums. And the same goes for snares. So it's just going to be so much easier to find a specific type of sound, as opposed to like going through folders and folders of packs. At least in my opinion. Like, you have to do, like, that's the thing as well. Like, when you organize your stuff, you shouldn't organize it the way other people do it. You should organize it the way you feel it suits your workflow. That's what you need to keep in mind. I mean, it's a shitload of work, don't get me wrong. This is a lot of work, because I have to go through so much stuff. Like, I have a bunch of extra folders here that are currently the ones that I'm going through, but I still have so many more on the hard drive. I moved all of the sample folders to this new hard drive, and now I'm just adding one folder by folder to my Ableton Places, and just, you can also see my Ableton Places is continuously loading samples right now, because I've completely changed all the locations, so it's really, it's having some issues. It's basically analyzing the entire library right now. So I hope that won't give us too many issues. Well, I like in my own folder, like I said, this isn't done yet, but I'll probably split this up. Like, most of these are still empty. I'll probably split these up by year. Like, I don't really care too much by date, like for like the specific months of a year, but like every year start a new folder with, like, you know, have like a 2021, 2022, and so forth. That's how I would usually do it. I don't really care too much about having everything per month or so specific. Like, I care more about categorizing the sounds by the type of sound, if you get what I mean. That's for me a lot more useful. Like, I don't care if it was made 2 years ago or 15 years ago or last week. If the sound is good and it's the type of sound I'm looking for, that's what I care for. So again, that's just my opinion, and that's how I feel I would work best. But if you feel you are better in remembering, like, when you made what in which month, then you should do it that way. It's just whatever works. I know a lot of people that do it that way. Like, for instance, Noisia, I know that they categorize it like that as well. They do per year and then per month, I believe. Maybe even per week or per day even. I don't even know, but I've seen a couple of times when they were going through some of their sample folders, and they definitely categorize, I think, per month at least, but I'm not sure if they go even more specific than that. How often do you back up everything? I mean, this drive is not backed up yet. I mean, I'm currently just going through this drive. It's it just basically moving everything onto here. So this one is definitely not backed up yet. But usually I do like my most important things. I just have like a backup software running, so that when I forgot which one I'm using, by the way, but every time at like every day at like a specific time, it just triggers a command, and it just automatically checks the folders that I put into that software, and it just checks which files have changed basically, and then it syncs them to a different drive. That's just what it does. So I don't even have to think about it. I literally just work, I save my Ableton project, I go to bed, and when I wake up the next morning, everything is backed up to the other location. That's just how it goes. That's how you should do it, in my opinion. That way you don't have to worry about it either. It just have, and most of the time I don't even care too much about my sample library. I'm not gonna back my entire sample library up, honestly. I would need way too much disk space for that. Much better is what I'm actually teaching myself right now, is to, at the end of a session of a project, do a collect all and save in Ableton. Like, and if you're using a different DAW, you have a similar thing, but in the file menu here, instead of just doing a regular save, do a collect all and save. So it takes all the samples that are in the project, and it moves them into the folder of the project file, so that when you save that folder, and that folder, for instance, that folder is backed up every night. So even if my drive with my samples would for some reason break, then the samples used in the projects that I'm working on are still there because they're in the project file folder themselves. So yeah, that's just something to think about. I would never do that, and I wanted to start organizing my samples, and I was like, fuck, if I'm gonna do that, then all of my project files are gonna be broken. I'm like, damn, how am I gonna solve that? I was like, okay, well, so it took me a week of going through all my different projects that I'm currently working on, the ones that I've luckily I already went through all my project folders and saved all the good ones into a new folder, the ones that I think are good enough to finish, basically. And I went through all of those ones, did a collect all and save for every single version of the project, which took me like a week. Like, I think 2 days max, but scattered across a week or something. And then I was able to organize everything, so it's a lot of work, but it'll be worth it in the end, you know. You should bounce everything. Well, like when I'm done with a track, I always tend to at least bounce the stems, you know. Like, I haven't finished a track in a while, of course, but like even back in the day, I used to do this as well, and this is very good practice because let's say somebody comes up and says, "Hey, I want to do a remix," you can just, sure, I'll send you the stems. It's because you have them ready there, and you don't have to worry about opening the project, making sure all the plugins work, like you say. Yeah, it's always a good practice to do that. And maybe you want to use a part of that stem in a different track later. You know, you're working on a track a couple of months later, and you're like, hey, that riser that I had in that other track would actually fit pretty well on this track, and you just use it again. I mean, you can do that just fine. Yeah, your project file folder, you should definitely back that one up. Like my sample folder, like it depends. Like if you're one of those people that just has like a very bare bones sample collection, you know, and just uses like a very small amount of samples, and then just from there just uses those and processes everything or synthesizes everything else that he needs, then you can probably get away with backing that one up as well. It's not going to take up that much disk space, but if you have a lot of samples, then it's gonna get a little bit more. Yeah, reusing your own sounds is there's nothing wrong with that. No, I know people who've literally used the same kick drum for like a year straight in like 10 or 20 tunes, and nobody cares. It's like, whatever. Just pitch it to the key of whatever track it is that you're working on. Maybe put some effects on it to make this one a little bit bigger than the last track, but or people who just have like a selection of like 5 or 6 kick drums that they basically always pick from. Like, I feel in drum and bass that's a little bit less. Like in drum and bass, it's I feel like because the emphasis is so much on sound design, but in like other genres like house or something like that, or well, a lot of other electronic genres, there's people that, or like techno, for instance, there's probably a lot of people that have like a bunch of go-to kick drums. And I would say in drum and bass probably the same thing. It's just that I guess some people are pretty anal about it. But yeah, it's starting to it's starting, like, I'm not even sure yet what I'm gonna do entirely, because if I go in here, for instance, there's still a lot of kick drums, and there's probably a plenty of kick drums here. Like if I go through it, I mean, those are all pretty good, but this one, like, I wouldn't really see myself using that kick. So I'm probably just gonna delete it, right? There's just a whole bunch of, I still need to go through all of these folders one by one through all the samples and just decide, is this one good? Do I want to use this one ever? Or is this one just taking up space and making it harder for me to go through the samples, you know? Because if you get a sample pack, most of the time you don't want to use all of the samples that are in it, right? Most of the time, at least if you're a little bit familiar with sample packs, then most of the time you're going to go through it. And if it's a really good pack, then you might go through it, and like 50% of it is something that you would go off like, yeah, that's something I would use. But more often than not, if you buy a sample pack, then if you're lucky, 10% of it is something like that. But I've had sample pack purchases where I bought the sample pack and maybe 1% of the samples I was of like, yeah, that sounds nice, and 99% of the rest of the samples was just basically garbage. So I don't want to, I don't want to see those samples anymore in my sample folders, if you get what I mean. I want to make sure that after I'm fully done organizing all of this, I want to make sure that when I go into a folder with kick drums, I'm just going to flip through samples that I all like, that I all know are something that that make me go, oh, that's a nice kick. That's a nice kick. I want to minimize the amount of misses in these sample folders, basically, because the more of those shitty samples I come across, the less inspiring the whole process is. So it's going to take a lot of time. But for now, I'm just starting off with moving all of the types of sounds into their own folders. And I'll probably end up then going through some of them. I've also removed all the collections for now because they are completely well, they don't make sense anymore because all the samples have moved. So I need to redo that as well, but that's fine. I'll probably have like one collection or something so that I can mark all the folders that I've gone through, and then just, you know, keep it as it is or separate into new folders. I'll probably just get rid of them completely. All perfect, they will sound the same. No, not necessarily. Like I'm more looking as also like categorizing them as like having a folder with nothing but really dirty kick drums, having a folder with nothing but really synthesized digital kicks, if you get what I mean. Maybe having a folder with kick drums that have a very weak transient, so that are more softer, that are great for intros. That's how I want to categorize it eventually. So that I am looking for a specific type of sound, and I can just go to that folder. That's what I need. And then I can also make sure that I just get rid of all the shitty samples that I will never use. And that way, it's going to be easier to find a good sample. But yeah, it's gonna take a lot of time. But we're getting somewhere. This one is still a mess because I just chuck all the drum loop folders in here. So there's like hi-hat loop folders, percussion loop folders, breaks, drums, kick, snare loops, all kinds of stuff. So I'm gonna have to make more subfolders in here, like breaks, hi-hat loops, percussion loops, stuff like that, so I can get all of those ones separated from each other. But it's really just a matter of just starting, you know, and starting to organize everything. Like, we still got all of these folders right here. These are all like cinematic sounds that I still need to go through. All kinds of like dubstep packs and what else? Hip hop breaks. Stuff here. Got so many more folders, so it's just gonna be a lot of work. Presets. Well, I have a synth preset folder as well, which is definitely going to be worked on. I'm probably, just like I'm going to have a samples folder, I'm probably also going to have a folder for all my racks and stuff, but I haven't even gotten to that yet. Could easily get into a rabbit hole and do by key folders. Yeah, totally. Like, you can get as deep as you want, but I don't think I need to go that deep. I'll just pitch the sample to whatever key works, but no, it's just, but it's definitely good practice. Like, it was getting a little bit annoying trying to find stuff, so this is definitely gonna make it easier. Vengeance packs are the worst. I have them all, or a lot of them. I still have a lot of them here. I'm not even sure what I'm gonna do with them. I might just delete the entire folder, to be quite honest. Maybe I'll just grab some of the fills and stuff like that. Although there is some, yeah, sometimes I do tend to use them still, but I don't know. They're chucked away on like a really old folder, you know. That there's also the Thomas Pendon ones that I would honestly use a lot easier because they just sound better in my opinion. But it's only there's only like 3 volumes. Yeah, the Vengeance packs are I know. Like, especially the club and the house ones and stuff like that. It's just like, I would say maybe Vengeance House 2. That one was still pretty good because it had like also the 70s and 80s kicks and stuff, but can't remember the last time I've used one of those samples, so yeah. They were the first I got. Yeah, exactly. I do have the Jungle Warfare packs, yeah. I do have those. I'm not sure where they are at this point. I'm not sure if I already categorized those. I don't think I have. I haven't seen them yet. I did come across the what is it? The Loopmasters original Jungle Breaks. Jungle Warfare ones I still need to do. Don't even think they're in my Ableton places right now. No. They're in one of the folders that are not in the Ableton library at this point. Yeah, see, that's the only the thing why I would still keep them. Like, sometimes for instance, when I'm working on drum and bass tracks, I just go through some of the Vengeance like percussion loops and stuff, or those house beats, but without the kick drum, if you get what I mean, and just chuck them into drum and bass tracks on like a drum and bass tempo. And sometimes it just fucking works, and you just have to chop out a couple of hits or move a couple of hits around to make it work on a drum and bass track. But sometimes it just really works. So I might just keep them, but they probably won't get a prominent place in my sample folders. Yeah, I still have that folder. Let's see. This one right here. Oh shit, I shouldn't have done that. Now it's gonna add all of those to the places Oh, that was, yeah. Fuck. Let's not do that. Let's just remove that for now. But yeah, it's in there. It's like all the old 0G data files and all the old 0G packs and all the old well, original Jungle Breaks is in there and a whole bunch of other packs. Anyways, what should we make today? Like I said, I haven't really done any music this week, so what should we make? Heavy, do we have a clean one? That's what I mean. I haven't gotten. See, that's what I also would like to do, for instance, with 808 drums, separate the clean ones from the processed ones, the really dirty ones, so that you, when you're looking for a clean 808, you can just go into that folder, find the clean one that you want to use, and then call it a day, right? It's like, yeah, there's still some work to do, but I don't think I have gotten to all the clean ones yet. I was thinking looking for like an 808 and using that as the basis for a bass line. And deep. Okay. Is that an audio track? Here we're gonna use sharp. For the morph, I haven't been able to find any other plugin which does the same. Didn't Cytomic the drop that option? Sure. 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 That was the only one I was thinking of. Maybe maybe Filter Bank. Maybe not. I mean, Serum Effects has kind of ones, right? Like Serum Effects definitely has similar kind of Serum. You also own Serum Effects. You can use the multi-filters here, which aren't technically the same, I guess, but maybe these bottom ones are. Like, these are pretty similar from that. Kind of similar. So if you own that, then you also own Serum Effects, so... Yeah, I'm not sure if the drop can do it. That was one that I was thinking of, like, is that one capable of doing that, but I'm not sure. From the looks of it, I don't think it is, but... I think I have any other ones that do that. Honestly, I would probably just grab, like, a Serum Effects for stuff like that if I need something different than the auto filter. I guess. Let's find some drums. Sure, what kind of track we're gonna make. We're gonna make some drum and bass, that's for sure, but I'm not sure what kind of track. Figure it out now, I guess. Oh, we're gonna get sidechain immediately. Nice. Yeah, I made a new template as well, so that everything is already set up, so I don't have to worry about doing that every time. Looking into ways of speeding my whole workflow up, if you got what I mean. Okay. Did you install Portal? I couldn't type in a directory and now it's lost to my drive. I'm not sure, mate. I think I had no issues with that, so... Really sure. I think mine is just, like, I just put it in, a folder. Here. Granular processing. Output. Portal. So, I do have one other weird one. This one is kind of weird. In distortion, I have a folder output with thermal. And then right here at the bottom, I have another thermal, which is kind of weird. I have two instances of thermal in my sample folder, but I'm not sure why. So, and I think there's a third one in the VST3, yeah, in the VST3 folder. So, like, that makes sense, but the other one, they're both VST2 files, but for some reason I have two. I'm pretty sure I only installed it once. Into Live Enhancement Suite. Yes, I did, but I haven't really used it. So Nice. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can just get rid of any one of those two, and I'll probably just be able to delete the one that is not in the output folder. So I have just one, see? I have just one here that's not in a folder or anything. It's literally just there. So that one I'm probably just gonna delete, because the other one is the one that I purposely actually put into that folder. I know, because that's the location I told it to install it, so... That's weird, I'm not sure. I mean, just hit output up, they'll probably help you out. I would think. I'm feeling something maybe with a really dirty kick. Then we're probably gonna have to make something deep, which I usually suck at, but hey, maybe with the help of the chat we can make it work. That's not exactly the one, but that one is a bit boomy, bit long. Like we can shorten it, but... Ooh. Yeah, like something dirty as that, if you get what I mean. Like, this one is not exactly what I'm looking for, but it has the same kind of dirty sound that I'm talking about. Let's just drop in a snare or something for now. Actually, sure. Let's just drop one in for now. We can replace it later and get like a different one. At least have one going so that we don't. So that's not really. How do I say that? It's not really. Well, so we have something where that sidechain hits, basically. It's probably gonna be I'm not sure. Like I wanna get better at making deeper drops as well. Let's try it out. I'm feeling that. I'm trying it out. Let's grab an EQ as well so we can see what the pitch of that snare drum is. Well, I mean it's 270 hertz, so we can just check that out here. 270 would be a C#3. If we are going to do, what was this again? D sharp. I guess pitching it up 2 semitones makes it D sharp. And if we go to 9, we have a perfect fifth. A bit lighter. For deeper drops might work better. Now we can also dial in the sidechain. A little bit heavy. Kick drum probably needs quite a heavy. Gonna have a really big kick like that, then we probably need a bit longer sidechain, but the snare drum can be. We're gonna find a good sample. What else do we need before we do that? I guess some hats. Now for hats, this is something, yeah, this is why I really like doing this now. Now I have all of these like this. Let's say I need some hats. I can just find a folder with hats that I like. Sure. And just drop those all in a drum rack. Like, look how easy it is now to find a folder with good sounds. Like, back in the day, I would have to go through all my sample packs and find, like, which folder has good one-shots, and I would find, like, ones that I don't like, and then I would find other ones I don't like, and then after, like, 10 minutes, I would go, oh, yeah, these are good, you know? But now it's just like, oh, I know these are good because I've already gone through them, and I removed all the sample packs that had shitty samples that I will never use. It's just easier. And if I end up in the end not really liking these for whatever drums I've got going, I just go to a different folder of these because I know that most of these folders have pretty good sounds. We'll probably just start with a simple nice clean house. Yeah, exactly. It's just it was time to do it, man. I just after years and years of making music and collecting samples and just chucking them in whatever location has free disk space, things were getting a mess. You could probably imagine. It's just like, yeah. And when you're just, you know, working on your own stuff, it doesn't really matter too much. Like, you don't really care too much if you're spending like 10 minutes for looking for something. But then you're working with a deadline, you know, you're working for a job and you have to finish something for a deadline. And then suddenly you go, damn it, why didn't I organize all my stuff? Because now it's really making me slow down, right? So yeah, I was just like, it's time to start organizing stuff. Okay. Probably just have like a loop or something for the 8-note heads. Yeah, this is something I still need to organize, but we can find some loops in here. Head loops. That's or something. Hats. Oh yeah, these have hat patterns as well. See, these I definitely have to go through and find. See, because here we have full breaks, Then we've got just kick and snare and hats. And we've got ones without kicks and snares. So I definitely want to split up the ones without the kicks and snares. We even have like just the percussion itself. So those are definitely going to have to be split up in like their own folders. Because that's going to be so helpful having those separate and not having to find like, oh, which ones don't have the kick and snare in it. Well, that if you that's why I told earlier on in the stream. I first spent an entire week going through all my sample pack folders or all my projects and just opening every single version, doing a batch or doing a collect all and save, and then just making sure that all the samples are in the project file folder itself. Like, as long as you haven't renamed the samples and just moved them around, you should be able to just have Ableton search those folders and find the samples again. But as soon as you start renaming them, yeah, then it's gonna be harder. Or if you have like, I don't know, it's missing a kick drum sample that's called kick1.wave. Like, that's probably the sample that you have the most of on your hard drive, so you're probably gonna have a whole bunch of different samples that are all named kick1. So yeah, if that one is missing, it's probably gonna be a little bit harder. But you should still be able to see, like, in that panel on the right side of Ableton that opens up, if you have that message that pops up at the bottom with missing samples and you click it, it opens up that window at the right side. If you hover over one of the missing samples in that list, it should still at the bottom left or bottom right, I'm not entirely sure, but it should show you somewhere what the original location of the sample is, where it expects the sample to be. So even if it's like a sample that's named kick1.wave, for instance, and you have, I don't know, 200 different kick1.waves in all your folders, and you have no clue which one it is, you should be able to still hover over that sample and see the original file location, and from that be able to figure out which packet it was from, and then you should still be able to find the sample back. And you can indeed, and then when you found it, you can just click it, double click it in the browser here while you're in hot swap mode, and it just relinks the sample. Because you get that list, right? I don't have it right now, right here. We don't have any missing samples, but you get that list on the right side. And then you get the entire list of samples, and in front of every missing sample, there's this icon with, I think it's just the hot swap icon that's in front of it. And then when you search for samples and it finds like candidates for like with the same file name, then it turns into like a question mark button, and when you click that question mark button, it shows you all the individual samples it has found with the same sample name in the folders that you told it to search in. And then you can just audition all of those, and then if you know which packet is from, for instance, you can just find the right one, and basically just use the hot swap feature to kind of relink everything. I mean, I had to do that a lot on older projects, like, because I definitely moved some samples around. When I was going through, like, my old project folders, I had, like, a whole bunch of missing samples, and yeah, I had to do the same thing, but, and sometimes you just cannot find the sample, you know, and you have to just deal with it. Like, at least with drums and stuff, most of the times, yeah, I guess it still sucks, but, hey, you can make some new drums, right? But like, if it's actually, like, I had a couple of old project files where it was like stuff that I froze and flattened, and then that flattened file was missing for some weird reason from the project folder. Yeah, you're never gonna find that back, you know. Like, I had a couple of instances though where I had one of those missing files where it was literally just something that I froze and flattened, and it was missing. But when I searched for the file name in my Ableton browser, it was finding I was searching for the file name and then removed the file extension, so .wave, and it would find a version of that sample, but with like an R after the file name, which is basically what Ableton does when you reverse a sample. It makes a new version with an R after it and saves that into the project folder. So I was able to then take that sample back into Ableton, reverse it back again to what it normally should be. That puts it then into the project folder, and then point the missing sample dialog, that list, point that one to that new file, and then I was able to still replace it. So something you can always try. If there is something missing, like, and you and it can't find it, always just check for just the file name without any file extension, because sometimes there might just be a reversed version, and you can use that. But yeah, even if that fails, then yeah, I guess you're out of luck. It's really annoying though if you're missing stuff. I know all about it. And that's why I'm now teaching myself, because I had to literally go through all of my projects here. So I went through all of these, and like some of these have like, you know, 9 different versions, even more than 9, because we've got like version 1.1, 1.2, see, so I had to open everyone individually and then do a collect all and save. So all of the samples are now in here, right? Everything is now in here. So I mean, that takes up a lot of disk space, of course, in one folder. These are basically duplicate samples now, because they're also in my sample folders, but I would rather have that than have missing samples. Like, and when I'm done with a project, like when it's completely done and I know it's finished, I'll probably just, you know, do all the stems and then, well, maybe back this up on like a drive that I'm not using or something. Anyways. Find some cool percussion. I mean, this one is kind of cool, but I want to kind of have maybe some 1/8 note hats. The theme is on my Patreon, by the way. So if you want to support me on Patreon, you can support me on patreon.com/artifacts, and I'll put the link in the chat as well. All my Ableton skins are on Patreon right now. This kick drum is actually growing on me. Dirty as fuck, but I kind of like it. What else do we have? Of course, right when I put the Patreon link in the chat myself, the bot decides to put the link in it again. Good timing, bot. You should have been like a minute earlier. I mean, if you cannot afford it, then don't do it. I'm not gonna force you to do something you cannot pay for. Like, honestly. That would just be stupid. Okay, maybe we'll use this one. I'll make a new track and see what else we can find. Kinda like that last part. Of course they've separated that one. leave that one for now. Maybe we'll use it. Because we probably also need a more faster thing. So that. What else do we have? Do we have a different folder? Sure. Discussion. You'll send me beer money. That's always appreciated. Yeah. No, I haven't changed that. I haven't changed that one. Like in these loops, you don't even have to use them just the way they are. Like I might just use them, but sometimes I even just use these more as like oh yeah, sure. I should have known. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for that. Pair character lifting some weight, saying keep it up. I'll try to, man. I'm working a lot on making sure that my workflow is going to be quicker, because I know that sometimes my streams tend to be quite long, and then sometimes I get to the end of the stream and I haven't really gotten much done. So that's also a reason why I want to speed my workflow up and work on basically organizing my shit. Because it's just going to be, you know, it's going to benefit that as well. So it's a win-win, if you get what I mean. But thanks for that, man. Thanks for that. That'll definitely buy me 2 beers. Maybe even more if we get the really cheap beers, but I don't really care about cheap beers. Like we could go the you know, the hobo cans, the Helva liters. But no. I would rather fancy a good beer. I mean, New Year's Eve is coming up. I have to get a bottle of whiskey. I need to get myself a new bottle of Japanese whiskey for New Year's Eve. That's for sure. I'll be streaming on New Year's Eve as well, by the way. I'm not sure what date that is, but I made up my mind that I'm going to be streaming on New Year's Eve. So just like last year, basically. What day is that this year? Saturday. No. Oh, on a Friday. Oh, perfect. Nice. Regular stream day. Okay. Well, then we're definitely streaming. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to go to the liquor store and get myself a new bottle of Japanese whiskey. Literally the bottle of last year. Last year I got so drunk. I literally almost drank no alcohol the entire year. I still have like the last bit left of that same bottle. But that's not gonna be enough for a New Year's Eve. So if we're gonna have another stream like last year, then yeah, we need more than that. But it'll be fun. Oh, that one works. a good 1.8, know that. I currently, the one that I still have right now is from Suntory. It's a Suntory the Cheetah, which is a single grain Japanese whiskey. The Cheetah Distiller's Reserve, which is not that expensive for Japanese whiskey, to be honest. But it is one of the Japanese whiskeys that I know of is going to be a real Japanese whiskey. Because I really like the taste of Japanese whiskeys. They tend to be a little bit more adventurous sometimes with like what they use for like like aging the whiskey or like using like something that gives it a slightly more interesting taste. I mean, there's good Scotch as well. Don't get me wrong, and I love stuff like I mean, a Jameson is always good. So there's definitely other ones as well, but like over the years, the ones that I tried, it was usually the Japanese ones that made me go like, "Holy shit, this one is really nice." But there's so many right now that are just absolute rip-offs. Like you either buy some like shoju or something like that that's just literally labeled as whiskey, and you just there's brands out there. I think wasn't it PewDiePie that actually got fucking well, he didn't got scammed. He called it that he got scammed, but he didn't got scammed. He got like a bottle of Japanese whiskey from a brand as like a promotion thing. And he was like on one of his videos, I believe it was, or a stream or something. He said like, yeah, I got this 300 or 500 euro Japanese bottle of whiskey. And all the people in the comments were like, dude, that brand is literally just bottling shoju that's not aged and selling it as like, what is it? What was it, like 12-year-old whiskey for like $500? And that happens a lot. And that's just because there's a very high demand for that whiskey. And there's only like, I think like officially there's only like 11 whiskey distilleries in Japan, in like the entire country. And those are supplying the entire demand worldwide, which is impossible. So there's even like a whole bunch of whiskeys for like a few years that weren't even exported out of Japan because they were just like, hey, we need it here. And you guys are buying too much of our whiskey, so we're just gonna stop exporting it. And then there were like a whole bunch of other smaller brands that popped up that just started like using cheaper liquor and bottling that as whiskey. Or what you also see a lot as well is that they'll import cheap whiskey from Scotland or from Ireland or other European countries, and they'll just import that into Japan. Then they'll just make their own bottles. They'll just make a blend out of these different brands of Scotch, and they'll just put it into a bottle and call it a Japanese whiskey, and sell it for like way more. And that's just what they're doing to keep up with the demand. Like I'm not the big brands though; those are not doing it. Like the big brands like that are housed under Suntory, which is like a very big brand in Japan that does like a lot of beer. I think it also owns Asahi, if I'm correct. And it does like all of those weird Japanese sodas that you can find everywhere. But they also own like a whole bunch of the distilleries, and those are really good. Like all of the ones that Suntory has are pretty much really good. So they're not cheap though. They're definitely more expensive. But how is sake for alcohol? It's good. I like it. It needs to be hot though. For some reason, I don't like it when it's cold. Like, I know some people that do drink it cold as well, but I don't like that. But I haven't had it that much either, so. But yeah, like if you're gonna look for Japanese whiskey, there's two brands that I know that are kind of like the two more well-known brands in Japan, but they're definitely a good one to go for because they're really reliable. The quality is always good, and you know that you're getting a real whiskey that's actually aged for the amount of years that it's saying on the bottle. And that's Anyone by Suntory. So Suntory has what was it? The Yamazaki, the Hakushu, Ibiki. Also, they have the Cheetah, of course, the Toki, and then one more. Or that was it. Well, something like that. And then there's another brand called Nikka. Nikka is another pretty big brand as well that has their own distillery, and those are pretty good too. Like, there's so many out there currently that are just like, they're just rip-offs. They'll just tell you like, oh, this is aged for 12 years, and in reality, it's maybe stuck in like a barrel for a year max. And it's just like, yeah, sure. But hey, people are buying it, and if there's like, and if people don't know like about that kind of stuff, then they're just gonna buy it. They want to have a Japanese whiskey, and they're like, oh, Japanese whiskey seem to be doing pretty well. They're winning a lot of awards. I'm gonna buy one, and they have no clue what they're buying. So they just see a couple of bottles and they see like, oh, this bottle is over 100 euros. That must be good. Well, in reality, it's just some rip-off small Japanese company that is not associated with any of the big distilleries, who's just importing some cheap scotch, maybe some red label or something, you know, and just mixing it with some Jameson and putting it into a barrel for a year, somewhere stuck in a cave. And they're like, yo, we made whiskey. No, mate, you didn't make it. You just mixed it up and rebottled it. That's what you did. You have to be careful, though. You have to be careful. Because yeah, there's but I mean that's with other things as well. I think, I'm not sure if it still happens with tequila, but tequila had that same thing going for a while as well. Especially with, I could see it still being the case with tequila, by the way, because a lot of the tequila is made in the States and Mexico, where the cartels are in power. So I could see why maybe that is also affecting the supply worldwide. So I think they had a similar thing there as well, where people were just sort of like selling stuff as tequila, where technically speaking, it's not tequila, because tequila has to be made in a specific region of Mexico. Otherwise, it cannot be named tequila officially. So if you make tequila made from agave plants that are grown in the United States, it technically cannot be called tequila. But that is what's being done. So it's like, I actually tried a bunch of different tequilas. Some of them actually from Mexico, and some of them from like agave made in like the United States or something like that. And the taste is actually different. The region and like the climate in which the plant is grown that they make the booze of makes a lot of change to the actual flavor. So rocket fuel, it really depends. You have cheap tequilas that are absolutely horrible, that are gonna give you nothing but a headache, but there's some really good ones out there. I don't have the bottles anymore, but I had one. Which one was it called? Don Julio, I think it was. That was pretty good. It was a really nice bottle as well, like a really fat round bottle with like an actual cork in it, which is really cool. Like not one of those cheap, the mass-produced ones, you know, where you have like these cheap caps that you screw off that always break, and then when you put the bottle in like a bag or something, then it's gonna leak on you if it's opened once. Those are shit. What was the brand called? There's one of these brands. They're like one of the biggest tequila brands out there, but like it's such horrible tequila. A while since I had tequila, so I'm not even sure what the brands are called anymore. But when I want to have when I want to have a drink, it's just gonna be some whiskey. Okay. Okay, I'm not feeling this part. So drop you there. Sierra, is that the one with the red sombrero cap on top of the bottle? That one is absolutely horrible as well. But no, it was not that one. It's another one. Is it Conservo? I think that's another really big brand. They have different ones though, and the cheap ones are absolutely horrible. I'm not sure about the more expensive ones, but I think that's the one of the biggest brands. Conservo, I think it was called. That's just literally mass produced. It's like it's not even like a tequila farmer anymore that grows the plants. It's literally just a factory. I doubt there's even people working. It's just fucking robots. Oh yeah, mezcal is. I know it's like it's similar, but it's different as well. I've had a couple of times. Again, the same thing applies there. You've got really cheap ones, and but like I think with like tequila though, like tequila, it's usually you have the really cheap ones. But if you just go for like €10 more expensive, or $10, $15, I don't know, something like that, you already have a good one. So it's like I don't even get why people would buy like a cheap tequila. Like with like a whiskey, I can understand it because like if you really want to get a very good whiskey, you're probably gonna pay for it, and especially if you're gonna look at Japanese whiskeys, you've got cheap Japanese whiskeys, but they're probably not good. You've also got Japanese whiskeys in like €70, €80, above €100. Those are much and much better. So but there the price gap is quite big, you know. So you can probably get a cheap one for like $20 or $25, but that's a big price gap, right? But with like tequila, it's just like if you got like $20 and then I don't know $40 or 35 or 30, you've already got a better one. That's a lot better. So I don't even get why people would get like a super cheap one. But so if we're gonna do D sharp, okay, no, we need a kick drum. I'm thinking of what pattern I want to do. I mean, that pattern worked that we had, but and what is that? Have. Let's see. I'm not sure if I like this one, to be honest. We're also not gonna have that drum fill everywhere, so I'm just gonna sort of like arrange a little bit of a drum pattern that's a little bit long. How long? 4 bars? Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna. that. Let's that one, do that. Now I might not use that. Let's just do this. Hi, is there a place for sample suggestions? Not really. Found a video that has a cool way to record a part. I wonder if it's I mean, I have so many effect samples, dude. I don't really need sample suggestions, I think. Plus I just want to get started, you know, make some music. Let's see. Okay, let's take that section loop. Get rid of all of these. Like, I'm not even sure if this is going to be the bass pattern, but just so that we can get stuff. And let's put the drum fill in at the end, probably. Okay. Need to make some sounds. Do we need here? Do we need a bass step on the first thing? If we're gonna have that big of a kick drum? Don't think we do. Could do something else, but probably should, so that I can get an idea of what the groove the drop is gonna have to do. That's one thing that I always that I always do as well. Like, if I just write a drop and have a good drop, and then I start making the intro, then usually I get stuck with that. Whereas if I work the other way around, I usually do kind of start with making drums for like a drop kind of thing, and maybe get started with a little bit of a bass to kind of establish what key it's going to be in or something like that. But then after that, usually I go back to at least arrange some kind of an intro. It doesn't have to be a finished intro, but just start arranging an intro. Why the hell are these collections back? What? I removed all these collections. Why are they back? That's weird. Okay, whatever. Get started here. So grab some of the that one is a bit big. Let's not grab. Probably some more lighter heads for the intro. entirely sure what you mean with that, but I don't think intros are that hard. Intros aren't usually not really the thing that I struggle with most. I have some lighter hats. Let's see. Liquid drum and bass pack or something that probably has some lighter hats. Liquid hats. That one is pretty light. Track. Both are pretty light sounding. Main drop, right? Yeah. Kinda. Doesn't have to, but yeah. Most of the times you do. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I have, so like an idea of what the whole groove of the intro is doing, then I can sort of like use that and try and come up with a drop in that same groove. I mean, you can also do it the other way around, make a drop first and then try and make an intro that fits that groove, but whichever one works best for you, you know? And for me, it's definitely the intro first and then the drop, usually. Like, I'll not finish the intro entirely, of course. Okay. We need some atmosphere. Or something. Your opinion on that field that using pre-made loops as samples is cheating? I kind of have that urge to do all my own. I don't give a crap about it, honestly. Sample sounds good and it's from a sample pack, then fuck it. I'll just use it. I'll probably process it a little bit so it sounds a little bit different from the sample pack, but other than that, I mean, you could chop it up. That way you still retain the sound of the original sample, but you just arrange it slightly different. Like, that's something that I usually would do, you know? Like, if I find a good sample, then I would probably just at some point go in and chop it up and sort of like find like a different arrangement with those samples maybe that works even better. But I really don't care. And especially with like loops, it's just easy to get started. Probably somewhere here. X loop or something. percussive thing. I mean, yeah, it's a good sample. But it depends, you know, like I wouldn't just build an entire track out of sample pack loops. Like there is a limit though. Like wouldn't see me doing that. What I would maybe do, build like a track first out of sample pack loops and one-shot samples, and then use that as like a guideline, for instance. That could work. But if I'm just like making a track and I need a sample that fits, and I'm like, oh, this kind of fits, would outcast this from a sample pack, you know? Yeah, it's a mix of both. Like usually when I get started, it depends as well. Like if I'm getting started with a sound design session, then it's most of the time more that I'm gonna be working on maybe designing some bass or designing some atmosphere or something like that. But the moment I just start from like what I'm doing now, so like writing a track, most of the time you'll see me using a lot of samples first and stuff like that. And then after that, I'll get in more and think about like, okay, that kind of sample works. What if I just design a patch with that sounds roughly like that, so that I have more freedom? But then that sample was the thing that inspired me to make that patch, right? So you might even not end up using the sample in the end, but if it gets you started, then that's all what matters. And sometimes the sample is just good. Like that sample, that sample is fucking nice. Don't get me wrong, but I love that sample. Not sure what key that is in, but we're gonna find out. I'm gonna try and use the sample. Let's see what happens. MIDI track. Let's put there. Helps. Sort of like a drone or something like that. Pad kind of thing on the key of D sharp. Probably not the right key, that sample. Yeah, that's indeed what I'm not sure. Well, if Blue probably did if you say so, but yeah, it's something that a lot of people also say. Like samples they don't have to be something that you actually use. Like, let's say your ideas, I want to write a track with a vocal, with like a vocalist on it, but you don't have the vocalist right now, and you kind of want to have a vocal while you're writing the track so that you know that you're not adding too much stuff to it, so that there's still space for the vocal. Grab a sample pack vocal that sounds relatively close to what you're looking for. Maybe you have to chop it up a little bit and make it fit the track, but then you can use that and then later remove it when you're done writing the track and ready to send it to a vocalist, right? It's just like that helps you to write a track. Yeah, okay, so that sample's definitely the wrong key. I'm just gonna do it here. Let's see. Oh, okay. Quite a big difference from D sharp, but see what happens. The sample is exactly 174, so there's a little bit of delay on the sample, so you might want to retain that tempo. So let's just wipe it then. I'm just gonna 174. Now, if we go down 5, should be in the right key. Yes. Like, and now already, because we've pitched the sample down, it's already going to be different from what it was before, right? So we've already pitched it down, and now if we start processing it, it's going to become different, even more different. So the more we do to it, the further we get away from what it was, right? So yeah, you can do a lot with samples still, and I really wouldn't care too much. Like, the only people that really might gonna be anal about you using a sample is gonna be people that make music. Let's be honest. Other people that make music and that work with the same samples that you might own. Those might be the people, which is literally, if we're looking at the grand scheme of all the people that might listen to your music, that's only going to be a very small amount of people, right? So are you really going to sit back and worry about that? I don't think that's a smart idea. Probably better off not doing that. The overarching majority of all the people that listen to your music really aren't gonna care which kick drum sample that you've used, or that you've used a loop from a sample pack for some pads in the intro, or I don't know, you've used a vocal sample from a sample pack. Like, really, people are not gonna care, especially not if they're on a dance floor. When they're up the rocker on the dance floor, they are really not gonna care. That, like, at that point, maybe even the producer ones aren't gonna care anymore, if you get what I mean. Anyways, I need to take a piss. Let me grab some music real quick. Fuck, where's my folder with bounced projects? Oh, here. I always forget which one is a good one. Sure, you'll have that one. Oh, not configure. Bring. Best piece of advice I've heard for a while, for myself in a while. I mean, it's something that is pretty common sense, I think, though. But it's something that's easy to forget. You know, it's really easy to get stuck in that and think to yourself like, especially because, like, if you're talking about music production to people, you're mostly talking to people that make music, right? So if you're like in Discord servers that of like music producers, and yeah, you know, like, it might be a little bit like, you might go like, oh, but what if I use the sample and I put it in that Discord server for feedback and people are gonna know? Like, yeah, I mean, so what? So what that somebody goes and says, hey, that's a sample pack vocal. I know a track that uses that same sample. I mean, the only thing I would that would maybe make me go is like, oh, well, in that case, can you tell me which track it is? Because then I might swap out the sample for a different one. But might still be a sample pack vocal. You know, it's not that part that I care about. It's the part that somebody else might have used the same vocal in a track that's released. That's a pretty well-known track. That's something that I would maybe go, made me go, oh yeah, then maybe it's a good idea to use a different vocal sample. But the fact that it's from a sample pack, that's not something that I would really care about. always felt bad using other people's material. Yeah, but you have to keep in mind that the people making sample packs make them for you to use them. It's the whole purpose of a sample pack. So at that point, it's like, do you have to feel sorry about it? No, you don't. And if you're really gonna feel sorry about something like that, then you also shouldn't sample Amen breaks, for instance, or sample the Hot Pants break, or sample any other sampled break that is sampled from an old funk record, or sample any other sound, or vocals from a movie, or something like that. That's what you're caring about, then you shouldn't be using anything from anybody, right? So it's just like, yeah, I don't like, if you want to sample, just sample, you know? And the only thing you have to worry about is the copyright, of course. Like, if you're getting into a track that's going to be released and it's using something that's sampled, then yeah, you need to worry about that. But then I don't care about it at all. We're just a bunch of nerds trying to sample. I mean, like I said, like, I do care about that kind of stuff. Like, I have split up all my sampled breaks. Like, all my sampled breaks are now in their own folder right here. And you can see, these are all just tracks. These are all funk tracks and old James Brown tracks and all these ones. And I've got all of these in WAV, and then I got them also in Rex format here. So I have those all separate because I know that if I play these on stream, there's a good chance that the record label which released these original tracks is going to claim the stream. And I had a couple of that in the past, so I was like, that's a little bit annoying. I don't want that. So let me just put them all in a separate folder, away from all the other sample pack stuff that is now all in a completely different place. So send me your loops. Oh man. That would literally take I wouldn't even know. Like, I literally when I moved all my samples over to the new hard drive, it took a full day for all the samples to copy, and I don't even think I've copied everything at this point. I still think there's other things left on the drives that I haven't checked. But the stuff that's now on this new drive literally already took like 18 hours to copy or something like that. And it's a USB 3 drive as well, so it's not like a slower speed or anything. It's still pretty reasonable transfer speed, but it was just so many samples. The one folder I really am sort of like how do you say that, dreading to go through? Is that the right word? When you're not really looking forward to go through something. I'm not sure what the right word for that is. I think dreading is a good word to describe that, but it's a folder with, it's that folder that I once bought years ago, like 10, 12, maybe 15 years ago. That the couple of folders that I bought off of eBay that somebody put on DVDs with like sampled vocals from cartoons and movies and all of that. Those folders, holy shit, those are probably going to be ending up for like last, because there's probably tens of thousands of individual vocal samples in there, and that's going to be such a pain to go through, because there's a lot of really bad samples that I will never use. But in between, there are literally so many gems because it's so many samples, and there's really good ones as well. Like, every time I go through that folder, I find a couple of new ones that are really good that make me go, oh shit, that could be a great vocal for a track someday. But it's just, to find those good ones, you also have to go through like hundreds and hundreds of heavily distorted samples, ones that are really noisy, ones that are just unusable, or ones that just don't sound interesting. So it's just, that folder is going to really take a lot of time to go through, but it's all, I also know that it's going to give me a lot of usable stuff. So, but yeah, I'm not really looking forward to that one because it's just so many samples. I'll send you a hard drive. Yeah. I mean, the drive that I have now for my samples, the new one is a 10 terabyte drive. So, I mean, luckily I still have I don't even have 1 terabyte of samples on it right now, but I was like, I need a big drive so that I'm not gonna have any issues going forward. Yeah, exactly, like old film dialogue samples and stuff. There's a lot of those as well in like my old vocal sample pack folders, or not even sample pack folders. It's just like sample folders. So many of those really good ones, but then also so many ones that are just make you go, what the hell is this? Why would I use this? There's also ones in that folder that are highly questionable. Like a lot of those vocal samples were made 15 years ago, and around that time there were things you could say that you definitely cannot say anymore today. So that's also why I don't really feel like going through that folder on stream. I did it a couple of weeks ago, and there were a couple of ones where I went, let's move forward to the next sample real quick. You know, so it's gonna be good to go through that folder, because if I want to use vocals in that folder, then I need to sift through all the ones and find out which ones are definitely not ones that are good to play on stream. But they're really good ones. There are really good samples in there, so it's definitely gonna be worth it. Anyways, I'll be back in just a little bit. I need to take a piss, and after that, we'll see you guys again in just a little bit. You're free. Okay, I'm back. Samples, no, well, the quality can be absolute ours with those 10 to 15-year-old packs. Yeah, it depends on the pack though. Got plenty of ones, like especially those ones with all the vocal samples. It's just like sampled vocals, so it's literally just the quality of whatever the sample was, so it's not really gonna matter too much. I have one sample pack that's really old, called Doru Malaya 8K Super Drums. And even though this pack is really old, I'm definitely gonna save this one, because it has like really good one-shot samples, even though they're really old. Like, want to make a bongo pattern? Go to the folder with bongos, take all these ones, drop them in a drum rack, and there you go. Make yourself a bongo pattern. You know, it's just like they're really easy to use, and just process them a little bit. But they're really old. Like, this pack is probably like 20 years old or something, at least. Go for more pisses. That tune was sick. I don't even think I played the right version, to be honest. I played a version that... I don't think the bass sounds good in that version, but... Not sure which one it is then. That one has no bass in there. That was a different version. Definitely don't like that one. That was the first version. I could open that project up. Want? I mean, say we're gonna make a deep drop, but we could also work on that one. Yeah, the Dora Malaya pack. I mean, I have another pack by them as well, which is the Dora Malaya Ethnic Super Drums. That one is another one that I will definitely keep. It has like all of kinds of different ethnic drum sounds. And again, you just, let's say I need a Chinese drum sound, a Bionzong, whatever that is. Okay. Like they're all really dry, no reverb whatsoever, so just put them in a drum rack, put some reverb on it, and you can make it work. So, those are pretty good, you know? Even though they're really old. I think they have taikos as well. Odaikos, probably. Odaiko. Pretty good. Taikos? Yeah, taikos as well. Yeah. I did save this one. Yeah, I did save this one. Well, let's check out if the project still works. Let's try this, but now go crazy. Let's name the project file. Okay. Let's try this. Oh, it's probably here. Version 3.1. That's the last one. Let's open that one up. Let's see if it still works. Everything should still load and all the samples should be there. I haven't tested it, by the way, so... I remember the Jungle Warfare packs. I have those. I still use them. Really good breaks in those packs, so... Making drum and bass, I would say at least make sure you have those packs, because there's breaks in there that are like the classic breaks. Never know when you want to use one of those, you know? I have all three, and I also have the version with the Rex versions of the breaks. So because the original packs also had Rex versions of all the breaks. And most of the downloads you can find online only have like the wave versions. Then I found somebody who still had the Rex versions, and I was like, yo, send them over, please. Because I only got the wave versions, and the Rex versions have like all the individual hits, you know, like saved in the sample. It has like the markers already put in place, so when you put it into Ableton, Ableton knows exactly where all the hits are, and it doesn't have to guess it with the algorithm that it normally uses. Come on. You can do it. Probably some resampled stuff in this project as well. Some long resample files or something. How long it's taking for it to load. I mean, Rex breaks are, I think Rex is originally something that came from Reason, but Ableton can load Rex files just fine. And it's actually going to be helpful as well, because Ableton tries to find for every file that you like, if it's a longer loop or something, that it's going to try and find the warp markers, right? Or the transient markers. It's going to find the individual transients in the sound. But it's not really always that good at it. You know, like a lot of times you load something in, it just tries to find the transients, but it's like slightly off, or it's like it puts the marker like halfway through the transient, so it cuts the first part off, or it puts it like, because it looks for a zero crossing point. That's what it's doing. So it's looking for a transient, and then it looks for the nearest zero crossing, and that's where it puts the marker. But if that zero crossing is like, I don't know, 30 milliseconds before, hey, we do have missing samples. Oh no. Oh no. What's going on? Oh, only one thing. A kick drum. Is that the main kick? It's one of the kick drums out of this rack. Okay. Well, we can search for that one. Live kick. Probably just called live kick. So do that. And there we go. We already have two options. Why it hasn't found that one, then I'm not sure, but they're identical. So both. Yeah, I did a batch. I did a collect all and save on every project, so I'm sure all the samples are in the project file. So that's also why it finds it right away. But I'm not sure why it pops up as a missing sample then. Okay, so let's have a little listen to this version then. Before we do anything, let's save this. Save as version 4. See what this sounds like now, because I'm not even sure if it still sounds the exact same as that one that I just played. I should definitely finish this one though. I really like that. Bum 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 bum. That sound is so good. That sound is really nice. I really want to build a track around that one. Intro needs a lot of work. That's for sure. You're free. Like, the main thing that is my is that a different version of the same sound? It's just another version, I think. What I think this one misses is like little movement in this one. Like, that response bass has too little movement. The rest is pretty good. Like, everything except this bass is pretty good. See? It's just only this bass needs to change, pretty much. In my opinion. And the intro needs to change a lot. Was the intro the same in that bounced version? I don't think it was. Oh, we are. Where are those pads? God damn it. Ableton still hasn't fixed that bug, hasn't they? So annoying. This bug, if this EQ window is open, as soon as you click on a track, for instance here, that is not this track, where with this EQ on it. So let's say you click here, it moves the track. See? Really annoying. And when we close this one down, you can click here, and it doesn't do that. That is because the moment we click here, it closes this panel, and everything here jumps to a different position on the screen. So it's a bug that's been in Ableton now for a little bit, and I don't get why they haven't fixed it already. Might have a missing sample in here. Ooh, that's something I haven't checked. Yeah, missing samples. Oops. Can I see which one? Ah, cool. Re-import. Ambience 1 in Patreon down. Audio. Hold on here already. Here, Patreon down. Then we need back from October. Atmos. M1. Open. And then the other one is. Okay. One, number 33. Okay. Oh, it's suddenly on a different drive. Whatever. That's the old. Here. Downloads. Sample pack. 10. Three. Or 32. Cool. This one, same thing probably. Or it has already automatically done that. Cool. Nice. Now it should sound more. Yeah, there we have the pad. There we go. That was what we were missing. Like the entire part of the tension in the intro is what we were missing. Yeah, okay, I was playing around with these break things, so that's gonna have to change. Take them out for now. I'm thinking about what kind of bass we can do in that response section.
You're free.
But fix the gate. Is it cutting out words? Fix that. Gate. Let me check. Yo, 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 yo. That should be pretty good. And if I move away, okay, I can maybe. Wait, no, that. Like that? Is that better? Like, as long as it's not picking up the background noise, that's fine. That should be better then. If not, then just let me know, and I'll try and fix it.
You're free.
Okay, first things first, I'm just gonna remove all shakers. Breaking the intro, which I don't like. Put these two. Then blank serum. Goodbye.
You're free.
Oh, we also have an entire folder with more stuff. I'll leave that for now.
You're free.
Out a couple of different like things. I kind of like this break, but I also don't like it for this drop, if you get what I mean. Good break. Great break. Definitely use it for like some fill transition section or something, but I don't like it as like the main break going through the entire drop. I think it's too busy for that. Too much of a 16-note pattern, if you get what I mean. Whereas I think this drop would definitely work more if it has a more less densely filled percussion pattern, at least in the first part of the drop, and then later in it can have more, 16-note percussion coming in. But like, I don't think I want to use that break throughout the entire. Yeah, that extra stabby synth's kind of nice. I like it. I like that one as well. It's so like an extra layer coming in. Not sure where it is. Oh, here. It's this extra layer. Just so like what is it, a bandpass sound? Yeah, just a bandpass with a notch. That's creating that sort of like that sound, that almost vowely kind of sound in it. It's a very simple patch. As you can see, there's only one effect on it. There's only one oscillator. But yeah, because it's layered with the bass, it just really works. And this bass, I really love this bass sound. So, I don't know, it's heavy. It's not too mid-range heavy either. It kind of noise on top of it, but has a lot of punch. That bass needs to change though. This one. I don't know what we're gonna have to do for that one. That's why I'm getting started with the drums first. Damn. What was that? I think we have a delay going on somewhere. And I don't think I like that one. I think it's on this track. Yeah, it's probably this one, unfiltered audio delay. Yeah, that one is creating our feedback thing. That is really, that one is quite aggressive. Let's just turn off that rack. So we're not gonna have the automation on this now, but oh, we have a little bit.
You're free.
Let's see what kind of percussion we want. Not that one. These loops are pretty quiet though, so let me saturator on them. That little, I don't know, 6 dB boost or something. We can hear them a little bit better. What else do we have in here? Head loops. Yeah, that one is of course loud again, so we can just turn the saturator off. That one could definitely be the 16-note heads coming in. And where are they gonna come in? Yeah, we need to come up with a good bass for that one, man. What can we make for it?
You're free.
What can we make for that? What key are we in? G sharp? Oh, yeah, we are in G sharp. these loops? Those are just sample pack loops, so just all kinds of sample packs. Generally where you find loops, right? But those are just like a lot of like drum and bass aimed sample packs. And that's like that is of course going to take that grid away, but if we add another sub, add it back again, so can definitely get it back, but I want to have something that does a little bit of
You're free.
yeah, that's not going to be the rhythm, the thing. Let's see what we can. What kind of pattern should we do? Probably sustained though. Like I'm making a rhythmic patch, but it probably just has to be sustained because we already have a thing. Probably gonna have to be a sustained thing like that, but then just a different. Am I right? Okay. See what we got.
You're free.
That's also the reason why I haven't worked on this project for a while, by the way. Because I'm not sure what type of base we need there.
You're free. You're free.
Yeah. Sure. I'm sorry, but I'm going back to the other project. Oh, really? Can I not find the project? Oh, I'm in the bounced folder. My bad. Right. Hey, Drew, thank you for that. I know there's not been a notification yet, but I see it in my chat already. Thanks for that. Gonna pop up in just a minute, in just a bit. There we go. There we go. Thanks for that, Drew. Yeah, so we're back in the other project. Because I'm not sure what to do with that one. Bum, bum, bum. I think that could work. Dun, dun. That? Just quickly write that before we forget it. Dun, dun, dun. It's just a one semitone interval, I think. Dun, dun. Okay, let's just put in. Well, I can just. We need it with a different instrument, though, but. Skill. I don't know this skill. Let's see. I think we. Well, this is kind of like a D sharp Phrygian. is okay. I know let's go. I'm more of a fan of the major friggin' though, but we'll see. Maybe it'll turn major at some point. Okay, let's see. That would be major. Could actually be major. Okay, let's see, what kind of sound can we do for this thing? Needs to be aligned better as well. It doesn't matter right now because we are not in major nor minor yet, so we can still decide what we're gonna do. Yeah, that's probably because of this thing underneath it. That just gives it like that idea of like, yeah, we should go 80s vibe, but this is just more to kind of establish the pitch of the intro, if you get what I mean. It's more something for me as a guideline that tells me what the root of the whole track is, so I can sort of like hear if the samples I'm adding, if those work with that pitch. It'll probably turn into like a pad at some point or something. Speaking about pads, why don't we go and look at some of the atmosphere samples that I have organized? Because in there, I know we have a lot of like pads and atmosphere samples. These are really classic samples, by the way. This pack is really old, but used quite a bit. Here we have some good drone-y thing. These are not even labeled. That's really well done. I hate it when people make sample packs and they don't label it. Well, I guess these are not.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. These are just like that. Like these. These are not even labeled with a key. I hate it when people do that. They're good samples, though. But why don't you label them with the key? Like, come on. Ooh, that's sick. That sounds dope. I really like that sample. It has a kind of like an out of tune. Also, it's still really nice. It's distorted and pitch of that though. Oh, I mean, we could do it by ear. Try out, see if we can make it work. Now we have a bunch of things too many. Almost say it sounds good already. Not sure if the tuner is gonna be able to figure it out for us. I don't think so. Most of the time. Has no clue. Yeah, that one has no clue. EQ. That's C sharp. Really low pitch as well. Yeah, that first one is C sharp, 100%. That one plays a G sharp-ish. If we bring this up 2 semitones, so that is D sharp on the first one. Then what is that other one? That other one is then A sharp. A sharp is the perfect fifth above D sharp. So weird, but I like that. Like maybe even just these first two, honestly. These, and then these. Yeah, I like the wonky, kind of weird, out of tune kind of sound of it. I'm not sure if we're gonna be able to make it work in this track though, but hey, we can try. What if we take this one out? I like that one a little bit more. For the first one that hits in the first beat. Because it has less higher harmonics. It so like starts a little bit more low past that one. Duplicate this track. We'll just make it longer ourselves. Consolidate that one. Processing on the group. EQ them as well. Yeah, the question is, what kind of drop are we gonna do after such a weird intro? Have this thing. That's totally not gonna fit after that. That's one thing that's for sure. That is for sure. I do like the sound though. Might be for a different track, but I like this. I'm definitely gonna keep it and save it after the stream. Could definitely be an interesting one. Weird wonky bass, yeah, probably. Yeah, not sure about that one. Let's just leave it out for now. I'll just working on because I do like this sort of like old school kind of thing, kind of sound. That is definitely gonna work with that sort of like little drop idea thingy I have after it. Need some percussion here. We need some percussion here, that's for sure. No. Something more like an effects kind of thing. Like that. Kind of more intro-ish kind of thing. I mean, we can make that as well, of course. Like a folder with some good percussion sounds. Drum rack, one that has that. Not shit, but not really what I'm... Or need to be a little bit lighter percussion sounds. Oh yeah, these could work. That's more like what I'm talking about. Like, okay, so these folders, yeah, these could all three work. So let's just chuck those three into a drum rack. And so like what I'm looking for is kind of like a bit of a drum and bass pattern, but then with like some lighter percussion sounds, so that it already establishes sort of like the drum and bass groove in the intro, if you get what I mean. Yeah, it's good that I started sorting the sample. It's gonna take a long time, and I'm gonna have to get used to some of the new folder structures, of course. Like that's understandable, but I now can easily find like all the different percussion folders, right? So that's gonna really help. Like now I'm looking for a specific type sound, and I know exactly where to look for that, which is not really the case lately, due to how many samples I have and the fact that they're basically scattered across multiple locations. So now we have this drum rack. I still need to resave my default because every time I add a sample into a drum rack, it opens up this thing automatically, which I don't want, but I forget to keep resave. So just something like this, and then we can loop that. Now we can just find some percussion sounds here. Take a couple random ones first. Maybe not even with that one, maybe just something like that. And we need to find the right samples, of course, ones that we like. Is that the new spammer thing or something? Spectrum is so big. Like I just grabbed one, and the first one is what we sticked with. Okay, so let's say we have this. I mean, the percussion is going to change, obviously, but it's just going to just be there as a placeholder. Need something else happening here for sure. That again, not the same sound, but something. Let's see, effect sounds. We have time synced effects. I think we do, but they're probably in here. Yeah. Swoosh or something. That's gonna work. Something like that. And try a couple of ones out, see which one we like. Alright, that one is good. We can have something coming in here. Bass sound. A very subtle bass sound though. Kind of a subby, kind of boom, 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 boom. The stabby, subby. We're probably gonna have a short intro on this track. I think 32 bars or something. Gonna be one of those, which I never do, but I guess for this kind of track it's gonna be better. And the drop is probably gonna have to be quite minimal as well. Which I normally fail at, but hey. Maybe here or maybe here, but I'm gonna try making it come in here. We have to find out where it's gonna come in. Yeah, so if it's gonna come in, it's gonna probably come in right there where the snare would be. Subby kind of thing, so. That's not in Ableton, that's the ImageLine Wave Candy plugin. And I'll drop the link to where you can grab the download right in the chat. You just have to make sure you have an FL Studio license, I think. But you can try it out if it works without them, because it's basically a discontinued plugin from ImageLine. Then we're gonna have to do a drop that has this as well at the start. Boom, dun, dun, dun. Boom, dun, dun, dun. Yeah, we can. Ooh. You might not even hear this. It's just a subby kind of sound right now, but we'll give it a little bit of extra harmonics in just a bit. And just a vocal bit there. Then we would get like a subby thing here. And have to do the drums different as well. The 8-note head is gonna be too much for that. Now, you. Find different snares. But let's work on this first. Thinking of something. That there. Then we need another one of sort of like these kind of things, just like a reversed kind of thing here. Maybe a little step right here, like a thingy, so that we kind of indicate that stop there. We have shorter ones as well, but let's see. Go to different packs, so we're not using the ones from the same pack. Those are not labeled by have some kind of a light impact sound or something. Yeah, I was gonna say those are really big. Those are way too big. We need something. That's what I'm definitely gonna have to do still, is like split up like the really heavy impacts from the softer ones. See, that one is a lot softer, so definitely put that into its own sort of like folder. Make it myself, I have to. Something like that is what we need. We need a little bit of a reverse thing here. And then we need sort of like a little zoom, like a little bass thing going down or something. Which I know I've seen, but I don't think in the packs that I've organized yet. But that's something we can make really easily ourselves, so it's not that big of a deal. It's we need another sweep then going into here. So sort of like similar to that, but a different one. Maybe a different one, because we don't want to have the same thing. Okay, then in this section, we're probably gonna have some extra, what, percussion, or this one could even maybe. I mean, we can leave it. I think we need some extra percussion cats or something. Hey, Greedo, welcome. So like sketching something out here, a little idea. So in here, we're gonna probably have something that's more of like a longer riser. That sort of like extends throughout this entire section. Or maybe in the second half. Now, I might make my own riser later, but I know in those same packs that I had here, we have riser folders. And hey, those are time marked. Nice. You can have a 16 bar section. That's the entire length of this. Right, yeah, that's gonna work. Vocal thing here. Yeah, we need a different snare, that's for sure, but if you holy shit. Oh, one moment, boys. If you if you go scroll up a little bit in the chat, there should be a link to the ImageLine website. That's where you can find it. It's part of it's the Wave Candy plugin by ImageLine, and it's part of the Juice pack. Discontinued, but the Ableton website, the Evil Studio. Yeah, I'm thinking about like I'm currently working on like I said, organizing all of this, and next year I wanna make a better or a slightly different overlay again for my streams. Update my graphics again a little bit. Especially when I'm gonna have some new music done, I definitely want to have a change in the whole look of the stream again. And what I really would like is to have like a chat window like we have right now, but I want to have some animated things in the overlay, basically, so that there's like, I don't know, maybe some in the corner of the panel of the chat, there's like a little thing that animates every now and then or something like that. And I think it would be really cool to have an oscilloscope like this here at the top, but then less wide, sort of like at the bottom of the chat panel, so that that's always there. But the only issue is I cannot have this one overlay on top of the overlays of my stream, because this one is just captured with the display capture that I use, and then the overlay is layered on top of that. So if I would put one of these here, it's not going to work. So I'm trying to think about that. I've actually posted about it on Twitter. If anybody has like knowledge about writing like scripts or plugins for OBS, if they could hit me up. I found a little thing on GitHub, which is somebody made an oscilloscope with HTML5 and JavaScript, and he posted the code of that on GitHub. So it should be possible to make it into like a little, basically an HTML file with like JavaScript in it, and just have like a JavaScript running in that HTML file. The only thing that we need to figure out is how to make that JavaScript listen to the right audio channel that is coming out of my sound card driver, so that it always captures the right sort of like audio, because I don't want it to move on my voice, for instance. I just want it to move on the audio of Ableton. So, and then I could use that and just have that in a local file stored on my drive somewhere, and then just make OBS just load that file into the overlay of the stream. And then I can actually put it anywhere where I want, which is going to be great, because the image line plugin, like I said, it's discontinued, and so every now and then it crashes. It doesn't crash Ableton, luckily, though. If that happens, it just crashes that thing, that meter, and it just stops moving. It just disappears, and you have to restart Ableton, and then it works again. But yeah, I'm gonna have to figure that out. I know one of my moderators, he made something like that, he said, in the past, and gonna maybe try it out if he has time. Of course, I'm not gonna push him to do something if he doesn't has the time for it, but he said he could maybe try it out. So if it works, that would be great. But for now, I'll just use that, and it kind of works. I like having it. Okay, this one. What can we do to make this one a little bit more audible? That? Pitch envelope, maybe. With a bit of punch or something. Try that. Helps to kind of make it punch through a little bit more. was that sounded like a bomb. We're getting close to New Year's Eve. It's people are getting crazy again with fireworks. Okay, what kind of snare are we going to use? Because I think we need a completely different one than what we have. Yeah. We probably want to do a snare. See, we have some nice... I need something light. The bottom, yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Vocal, that would be great. We had like a vocal thing. Spoken vocal thing or something. Single word doesn't have to be much.
Please. Please.
Maybe even just something like that. Ah, yeah.
Come. Enemy. Good. If you run, smile.
Okay, then this one is better. And was maybe those are good for that, but
Please. I'm terrified. I can't be more than I already am. Didn't see that one. Do you know I'm here? Do you think I want this? Don't ruin it for me. Do you think I want this?
sure, for now, it's just placeholder anyway. It's not going to be something that's probably going to end up in the track. Drop. We can sort of like figure out...
Do you think I want this?
Actually, that one sounded... God damn it, Ableton, come up.
Do you think I want this?
Yeah, sure, that'll work for now. Pro. Boy on it or something to kind of pitch it down a bit. shift the formants down or something like that.
Do you think I want this? Do you think I want this? Do you think I want this? Do you think I want this?
That'll... No?
Do you think I want this?
Reverb. Cool. And then we freeze that. Add in it. This. Huge. Probably don't need that much, but hey, okay, let's actually align it. First. That way this falls exactly on a beat. And I can just there. Zoom in. There. Wider. Probably gonna be shorter even.
Do you think I want this?
I help sort of like lead in that vocal. And I'm gonna be it's gonna become part of the entire riser at the end, but it's just kind of a layer that helps. So like you already hear a bit of a vocal kind of sound coming in, even though
Do you think I want this?
it doesn't necessarily sound like a vocal. It's just part of that riser, but in effect it works really well.
Do you think I want this?
Dun 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 dun. What is that? A chromatic thing going down? Or is that just following a scale? See. Dun 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 dun.
This? This?
Probably gonna end on D sharp, yeah. So sharp needs to be there.
This?
Such a Karen upset making vocal. Dun 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 dun. Okay, that's good. guess it's that.
Do you think I want this?
And with some kind of a sound. But I don't want to lose the idea, so that's why I'm just doing it like this. We'll just use a saw wave for now.
Do you think I want this?
Well, I'll make a quick patch for it. Or I know even better idea. Let text that I organized and bass folder hits and see if we just have a bass hit somewhere that we can use temporarily. And get the idea written down. Nice bass step thing. It's... There we go. Guess that one will work for now. Sampler. Set this to, what is that? E1? E0. It's a bit shit, but it'll work for now to get the idea across.
Do you think I want this?
No, it'll not. That might honestly work better.
Do you think I want this?
Yeah, that'll work better. Then we need another sound after that.
Do you think I want this?
We're probably gonna have some gaps in this drop where there's no bass. Most of the time I just end up adding sounds everywhere, but I find when I analyze tracks that I like, a lot of times they actually have plentiful gaps in the bass line. And I'm like, I should do that more as well. Right?
Do you think I want this?
Gonna make a good sound for that, but thinking about the idea and think about the structure of the entire thing. Dun dun dun. I'm just thinking about this. Like, this sound is gonna change. I'm just gonna make a sound for it. Fuck using a sample. I'm making a sound. That's probably gonna be easier.
I want this.
Probably gonna have a different thing going on here, but
Do you think I want this?
low C sharp. That's really low for bass.
Do you think I want this?
Be really low. Yeah, there is. Try out a couple of different kicks as well. I like the kick drum, but I think we have more. Sound good as well. I have a lot of similar kind of kicks here. Just the first one I grabbed. These are really big, but ooh, that's a kick. Has a width as well, so that's something to address, but I love those really dirty kicks, but some of them are really long. You need to find one that's shorter. Which is why that first one might actually work. I'll look for a different one. I can actually short. Doesn't take away too much of the sound. See, that actually works. Don't need that rumble at the end. We can trying to do this and still have roughly the same tone. Drum and bass will work a lot better.
Do you think I want this?
Oh yeah, it's that.
Do you think I want this?
No, it's not the right thing. But oh. Need to piss. Grab you a different track. Which one though? Which one? Which one? Which one? Oh yeah, sure. That one is also slightly I'll give you this part. I'll be back in just a little bit. That was quick. Okay, let's see. Where were we? I might just turn my speakers on real quick and turn a bit and see if I can come up with a good drop groove, and I'll speak to you guys after that. So if you have any questions though, put them in the chat and I'll turn the mic on and answer them. So let's see. Oh, the gate actually still works fine enough. I can use my speakers without it going through the mic. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm hearing something that could come in, and that could definitely totally be the sort of like the groove of the track of the drop as well. Something pitch bendy, subtle but semitone pitch bend kind of thing. Right here. Another sound that is also doing a pitch bend thing, but that one is gonna go more just downward, so
Do you think I want this?
yes, that's totally gonna be the groove. We found what we need.
Do you think I want this?
Oh, actually too bad with that low thing. Yeah, this Ableton theme, I kind of like it. I was kind of like looking at the other one that I had. Let's save actually, because I haven't saved for a while. I was going through my I had the, which one was it? This one. Yeah, I made this one, right? And I was like, ah, okay. So I was like, I liked it, but then I was like, what else can I make? And then I was like, purple with orange. And I was like, oh, that's actually pretty nice. So I was like, oh yeah, let's make it like that. I made it a little bit darker as well, because I thought the other one was a bit bright. Like, I think the other one, I used it at like this one, I used it at like, I think 70% brightness or something like that. But I like the new one a lot more.
Do you think I want this?
Need to make good sounds for these. Same one. Nice. Sound the same every time it re-triggers. Got a filter on it for sure. Let's mute that one for now. We can focus on this one.
Do you think I want this?
Kinda nice too.
Do you think I want this? Do you think
Okay, this percussion thing. I'm just gonna clean something up here. Grab the sidechain group here from the... Paste that on this percussion thing. Because when that kick comes in, I don't want that percussion to sound. I don't want to hear it. Kick. Actually, tiny click. So I wonder... 8 milliseconds or something on the sidechain? Does that fix that? Doesn't. Or... No, it doesn't. It's very subtle though. Doesn't really matter too much. That'll just get rid of that one. That's too much. I'll probably figure that one out later. I need to figure out the drop. Be similar to this one, but it's gonna have to probably similar sound, but
Do you
like an
think I
actual
want
bass.
this?
I might have actually separate the sub from the mid-range, so I can also automate that. Yes, that's gonna be nice. And we need another sound here, of course. We probably need some extra like texture thing on this one. Could try maybe adding a bit of noise. We're not using this filter yet, so we can just stereo. Shape a little bit as well.
Do you think I want this?
Exactly what I want, but pattern. The patch is just proof is all right. The doing is all right. Then that's when patch later. What type of thing do we need in the sort of like the?
Do you think I want this?
This one is probably gonna have to be lower on the oscillators, to be honest. That right? That's an. That might even work.
Do you think I want this?
Because now we have that. First start by bringing. bar. Should I-
Do you think I want this?
Oh, we have to do this. Actually, not too bad. And I can also use this filter, of course, in here. Yes, yes.
Do you think I want this?
Needs to be more processed, of course, but okay, we have a little bit of a thing going. That's good. With that, don't like this sound, by the way. This I'm not liking that one, so that one is gonna change. Yeah, that one is definitely gonna change. I can do addictive drums. Kick drum is, I think it's kind of like an acoustic kick that's been driven pretty hard on like some like. It has that sound. I haven't checked it how the kick drum sounds in mono, by the way. It shouldn't be But just to be sure, let's. Oh, that's pretty close. I'll copy these for now. That was hilarious.
Do you think I want this?
Guess that's a no. Whatever. I'll drop the link in the chat right now where you can get that one. It's the juice. Hmm. Hmm.
Do you think I want this?
Better.
Do you think I want this?
God damn it, I feel I'm getting stuck, which is not good. Let's look for some inspiration. What? watched I for something like this. Download that thing. And also doesn't really work. It's not the right skill. That too bad of that resonant tone, but hey, give Soothe a try. That one. It's pretty amazing. Yeah, but then I don't like it. But that's not. Where's the...
think I want this?
By bringing this down, I'm basically making the, because the high multiplier is set to 0.5, what it basically does, everything above this frequency is going to be turned down, basically, so like with a high shelf. So if we bring this down, it's going to make the reverb tills darker. Okay. This. Can really darken up those reverb tills. Higher one.
Do you think I want this?
Need something in between there. I'm not sure what bass sound we need. We need some kind of a system. Should have done this with an elephant. high frequency layer doing the exact same. Now it's dependent on the pitch of the oscillators. Okay, well, I'm not gonna fix that now. I'm just gonna leave. I'm listening to what that pattern is doing of that detuning. I like that in combination with what is in front of it. Sound itself isn't good because it needs to be lower pitch. It needs to be a bass pitch like this. But if I bring this down, it's also different, different speed. That is a nice. Dun, 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 dun. Anyways, I'm feeling like stopping with streaming because I think that you want to say right now, then do it now. Well, that's gonna be it then for the stream. Anyways, thanks for being here, and I'll see you guys again soon.
Do you think I want this?
Peace.